staff, members of the public, I declare the Ordinary Council meeting on the 30th of August 2023 open at 5:30 p.m. Please stand. I wish to acknowledge the Gadigal people as the traditional custodians of the land that we're meeting on and recognise their strength, resilience and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Thank you. Item number 3. This meeting is being live streamed and audio recorded to facilitate community participation for minute-taking purposes, which may be released upon request to third parties. In accordance with Clause 6.16, the Town of Port Hedland Standing Orders Local Law 2014, members of the public are not permitted to use any visual or audio electronic device or instrument to record the proceeding of any meeting unless that person has been given permission by the presiding member to do so. Members of the public are also reminded that in accordance with Clause 6.17-4 of Standing Orders, mobile phones must be switched off and not be used during the meeting. 3.1 attendance. I know that all councillors are present. We're waiting on Councillor Gillingham to arrive shortly, I believe. 3.2 attendance by telephone, entertainment communication, there is nil. 3.3 apologies, there is nil. 3.4 approved leave of absence. CEO, do we have any approved leaves of absence?
We have none, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. 3.5 disclosure of interest. CEO, have you received any disclosure of interest at all?
There are some, yes, Mr. Mayor, as listed in the agenda.
The agenda, Councillor Bennett, Councillor Zucchi, Councillor Zerkart and Lee Finesse. Is there any other disclosure of interest at all? No, thank you. Okay. Item number 4, applications for approved leave of absence. Mr. Have we received any applications for approved leave of absence?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've received one from the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Turner, for the period 1st of September 2023 to the 30th of September 2023.
Okay, thank you, CEO. Can I get a move on that, please? Thank you, Councillor Bennett. We have a seconder, please. A seconder, Councillor Coles. Is anyone against that motion? No, motion is carried. Absolute majority. Thank you, councillors. Item 5, response to previous questions. 5.1, response to questions received at the Ordinary Council meeting held on the 26th of July 2023 have been provided to those individuals and are detailed within the agenda. Item number 6, public time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity for members of the public to ask public questions of council. Clause 6.7-3 of the Town of Port Hedland Standing Orders Local Law requires members of the public wishing to ask questions to complete the question form and place the completed form in the tray provided. If the presiding member determines that the questions and statements are out of order due to offensive or objectionable expression or defamatory, they will not be considered, recorded nor responded to. 6.1, public question time. I declare public question time open at 5:33 p.m. Mr. CEO, received any public questions at all?
No, I've not, Mr. Mayor, no.
Okay, thank you, CEO. Do any members of the public wish to come forward and ask any questions at all? Yes, Mr. Blanco, please state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
How you going, everyone? Camillo Blanco, 18 Harwell Way. I queried at the last meeting, I queried the difference between the actual material and contract amount expenditure, which was 42.5 million, and the estimated expense amount of 65 million at the last meeting, and it came back that the differences were related to 36 million that was paid out of the Marina Reserve. Now, I found that in the monthly payments, I think it was November 22, we paid out, well, let me rephrase that, in the actual transfers, in the transfer amount of the budget, $36 million has come out, transferred out of the Marina, but the only thing I could find in the monthly payments in December 22, the 23rd of November 22 attachments on page 49 was an amount of 13,457,000 to the Department of Treasury. Now, that leaves a $24 million shortfall. I'm just wondering, can somebody tell me, considering my answer was that it was about, it was $36 million towards the marina development, where did the other $24 million go, considering, now I've gone through the last 24 months of monthly payments line by line, and I only found the Department of Treasury 13.5 million. So we got 24 million.
Okay, I might get Finance Steve to answer that for you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Through the Mayor. Mr. Blanco, if you may, I'm going to have to take a fair amount of that on notice, please. I've only been in the chair for a month.
Okay.
And
Yep.
now I do understand that the amount that was paid across to the Department of Treasury, was that operating amount, which made the difference in the material expenditure. But with regards to the others, if I can just get to the detail, I'm sure it would be to do with other capital works that would have been funded out of that reserve.
Okay, so just to be clear, I want to know where the 24 million has gone. Now, I don't want an answer that states the 24 million is the original 24 million amount that the town was to pay to the marina development waterside, because I've already received that answer, and that answer was, I now quote, the reduction of 24 million when comparing the 2021 budget to the 21-22 budget is due to a one-off payment of 24 million made towards the marina, and that's showing in the 2020-21 budget. So we've already paid the 24. So this brings up a whole host of questions, okay? The original deal with the marina was that the town would pay $24 million towards the waterside development of the marina. That's it. We are then responsible for the land side, okay? So when I had a look at the Department of Treasury line item, it says that the Spoilbank Marina landside contribution of 13.45 million. So my question is, have we changed the deal? Are we now providing money to the state government for the landside or to the marina? Are we paying the state government money for their responsibility to build the waterside and also the road coming in and the car park? That was the deal. We are only responsible for the land side. So because what it's got here, I'm now confused, and we need to find out what is going on and why we are, well, if that's the case, where is my 24 million? And why are we paying money to the landside contribution of the marina? I'm happy for you to take that on notice. It's a...
I'll get Steve to get that back to you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any more questions?
Yeah, I do. In the 2022-23 budget, you've got an actual transfer from reserves of $102 million. So 102 million has come out of reserves. Now, the numbers that have been provided in the budget don't add up if we've pulled $102 million out of reserves. I don't have, oh, here we go. So the budget is saying on page 3, 22-23 actuals, that is expenditure from, or cash flow from activities, operating, we've got, money coming in and payments going out. So the number 3 is saying 93.5 million, page 3, and then page 4, it's changed, and the actual 22-23 is stating 133.5 million. That's the actual expenditure that we've accumulated over the 22-23 budget. So I have I didn't break it. So I have gone through the last 12 months of monthly payments, and there's totals on that. We have to do it, it's legislated. And my calculation, and I did it a few times, my calculation comes to 179,940,000 that we have spent over the 22-23 12-month period. Now, look, you obviously, haven't heard that number before, so I'm going to send you my research tonight when I get back home, and I've listed each month the totals and a link to the monthly payment. So it's easy for you to do. All you do, link, go to the page number. I'll put the page number down there. It's got totals, check my totals, and then add it up. Okay? It's not rocket science. 179,900,000, that's $180 million that we spent in 22-23. Now, if we continue on that directory, we will be stone broke in 18 months from, having a huge amount of money to having nothing. All right, now, I also did the previous 12 months, and, I think the budget came out to, it was 90-something million that we spent. It was actually, the total amount was actually 110 million. So my question, specifically about the last 2 financial years, is why have we got different numbers in our actual spend in our budget, and I have got, huge differences. So effectively, if we go off page 3, we're talking, 80 million difference, and if we go on page 4, we're talking, 47 million difference. So,
Thank you. I'll get Steve to respond to your questions for you. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you for your...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, if I may, Mr. Blanco, I'd look forward to receiving your information, your research that you've got there, because I'm getting a sense there's a crossover between operating expenditure and capital expenditure, budget amendments that have gone through, estimated actuals as well. So with that in front of me and the time to actually review it, could address your questions more appropriately than here at the right now, if I can.
Thanks. Could I also get, just so I'm clear, so I don't come back and say the wrong thing, the budget is saying I understand what you're saying about 22-23 22-23 estimates, all right, but we've got paperwork here that is in the budget that says 22-23 actuals, and that $133 million is in there under actuals. So just so I'm assuming now, after reading the budget, that we've changed the assumption of 133 to the actual amount. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Okay, no worries, thanks.
Thank you. Do you have any more public questions at all? Yes, Johnny, can you please come forward, state your name and address for the record, please? Thank you.
John Ashton, 11 Spoonbill Crescent, South Hedland. Good evening, Mayor Peter Carter and council members. I hope this meeting finds you all well. I would just like to say I appreciate this opportunity to address my concerns during a public question time. My question pertains to the application of standing orders, particularly section 6.7, subsection 8, which outlines procedures to question time in the public. This is right here in the standing orders. In accordance to subsection 8A, it is stated that unless specific subclauses apply, the presiding member, in this case, Mayor Carter, is expected to respond personally or delegate a fellow council member to the question before considering it to be taken on notice or deferring it to the CEO. Recently, there have been instances where it appears that questions, particularly those regarding the budget, have not been addressed adequately. Mayor Carter, I believe it is crucial for transparency and effective governance that questions raised by the public are responded to appropriately, either by yourself or you hand it to another council member prior to considering taking the question on notice. Therefore, my question is, will you, Mayor Carter, commit to ensuring that the rules outlined in section 6.7 subsection 8A are consistently followed during question time? This would involve responding directly or designating another council member to address the question before they are taken or passed to the CEO.
Thank you. Do you have other questions?
That's the end of my question.
Yeah, I'll answer that. Yes.
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 Thank you. My second question. In the last ordinary council meeting, while I was delivering my statement in the public statement time, I noticed, and it was noticed by others, Mayor Peter Carter winking and grinning at myself. As a concerned citizen and participant in these proceedings, I believe it is important for transparency and professionalism to be upheld during such meetings. Could you, Mayor Carter, kindly provide an explanation for these actions at that moment?
No, I can't. Next question.
Okay. Question 3. And finally, I'd like to bring to the attention that has been of concern to myself and others in the community. At the previous meeting, I posed a question regarding your company, Source Connect, and its core operations. Your response was, I cannot answer that because of legal proceedings. Both you and the CEO have indicated that these legal proceedings pertain to a private matter. However, it's worth noting that this legal matter is not a private legal matter with myself, and this matter has been covered in the Australian newspaper. This has brought a level of public interest and curiosity about the nature of Source Connect. As citizens who are invested in our community's well-being, there is an inherent desire for transparency and understanding. With that in mind, I would like to respectfully request that you shed light on the general purpose and operations of Source Connect. By addressing this inquiry openly, you have an opportunity to reinforce trust within the community and provide clarity on matters that directly impact us. I believe in an open dialogue about this issue would go a long way to alleviating concerns and fostering a strong sense of community involvement. It has been mentioned in discussions with Mayor Carter and myself in the Mayor's shop at South Hedland Shopping Centre and also other residents about sourcing buildings and building materials from Vietnam for a project involving around 4,000 houses. Could you please clarify whether this project aligns with the activities of Source Connect.
Thank you for your question. I find that your question tonight completely out of order and wouldn't be recorded or responded to. Thank you. You may sit down.
Can I have a reason why you find it out
I
of order?
just told you why. Thank you. Sit down. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Do you have any more public questions at all? Thank you. Can you please come forward, state your name and address for the record, please? Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Gillian Fisher. I reside at 3 Mitchie Crescent in South Headland. I've got 3 questions tonight. I'll move my mic up so everyone can hear me. Thank you, Councillor Jan. Okay, reading the corporate plan that is being tabled for endorsement by the council tonight, I read on page 22 that a tip shop will be delivered in 2023-24. Pretty excited about that. As we have only 10 months left of this financial year, can the council state if a stopgap temporary facility servicing the public will be located at the landfill or off-site until the proper CRC can be built? And if off-site, where will it be located and who will be running it?
I might pass that to one of the directors to answer that question for you.
Through the Mayor. There are no plans to do a temporary tip shop. The town will tender the operation of it to a community or not-for-profit
Okay,
at
so
the
just
time
in,
of when it's built.
yeah, just in page 22 of the service delivery one, yeah? It just says at the bottom, deliver tip shop in 2023-24. So it sounds like deliver means, you know, open to the public.
When we say delivery in a project management sense, it's that it will be constructed. So that's our plan at the moment, and that's subject to grant funding as well for that project.
Right, thank you. Reading the minutes from the July OCM, Councillor Gillingham asked for a brief report about the Mayor's trip with other councillors to Canberra in mid-June. Did the councillors receive the report that he promised? If so, when will the public be receiving a report about this trip? I've checked on the council website, I can't find anything.
Councillors received that report. The councillors have received that report.
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question because it was going to be when the public was going to be.
It's up on the website, I believe, shortly. Is that right?
Is it on the website? I don't.
It's only internal.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Right, and then my final question. With the date of the referendum to change Australia's constitution announced today for Saturday the 14th of October, can the Mayor please let us know here tonight if the town of Port Hedland will be publicly supporting or endorsing a yes vote, a no vote, or will the council be issuing a public statement to its residents and the media that it will not take a position, promote a position or defend a position, and will remain neutral at all times throughout the campaign until after the date is over?
No, I'm taking that. Thank you. Sorry, sir.
No, the town doesn't have a position. It won't be promoting a yes or a no vote.
Okay, so we'll remain neutral.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any more public questions at all? Okay, I will close public question time at 5:54 p.m. 6.2 public statement time. I declare public statement time open at 5:54 p.m. Mr. CEO, have received any public statements at all?
No, I haven't received any statements, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, CEO. Do any members of the public have any public statements at all?
Through the chair, just before we hear from the public, there was one received via email.
Yeah, that's been responded to, I believe, by Julia Riff.
But yes, but it was asked to be spoken tonight at the meeting.
Yes, I've got to realise that.
Can it be spoken to?
No, it won't be read out, no. Yes, do you want to come forward, name and address for the record, please, thank you.
Yeah, John Ashton, 11 Spoonbill Street, South Headland. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address urgent concerns regarding you, Mayor Peter Carter's behaviour during our council meetings. It is with a heavy heart that I stand here before you today to express my disappointment and share my observations in this matter. Our council meetings are meant to be a platform where citizens can engage, voice their concerns and seek answers to pressing questions. It is hard enough it is to foster the courage to get up in front of the members of council and public to ask questions or put statements forward. However, it has become increasingly evident that Mayor Carter's behaviour during the question time has been far from encouraging people to do so. Instead of directly addressing the concerns of our citizens, he often defers questions he does not like, leaving the public without the answers they rightfully deserve. This practice not only undermines the transparency and accountability that our local government should uphold, but it also contributes to growing frustration and disillusionment among the residents. Moreover, the restrictive policy of limiting citizens to a mere 3 questions and responding aggressively when they seek additional information erodes the trust between our community and our government. The trust is the foundation upon which the strong and functional democracy is built, and we must work together to rebuild and reinforce it. I am compelled to address a matter disclosed to myself made by Mayor Carter regarding electricity rates and property owner taxes. The assertion that electricity can be purchased at a lower rate and sold to residents at a significantly reduced price, thus eliminating the need for property owners to pay taxes, raises valid questions about feasibility and sustainability. Without clear and comprehensive explanation, such statements can lead to confusion and mistrust. Equally concerning is the matter of Mayor Carter's undisclosed vested interests. The ownership of the company named SourceConnect in Vietnam raises questions about potential conflicts of interest and transparency. It is crucial that our leaders lead by example, and I ensure that they provide complete and accurate disclosure to maintain integrity of our local government. During the recent council meeting, I was disheartened to witness Mayor Carter's unprofessional conduct during statement time. The continuous winking and grinning throughout serious discussions reflect a lack of respect for the gravity of the issues at hand. It is essential that our leaders maintain a decorum befitting the responsibilities they hold and the importance of the matters being discussed. In conclusion, the behaviour displayed by Mayor Carter at our council meetings raises urgent concerns that demand our collective attention. We must reaffirm our commitment to transparency, accountability and respectful engagement within our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do you have any more public statements at all? Yes, Mr. Blanco, come forward, state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Camilo Blanco, 18 Harwell Way. I first addressed you, all you councillors, when you were first elected. And one of the first things I said to you was that, you know, the most important thing that you need to do is to understand the budget. That's the most important document that you've got. So over the following, I don't know, 24, 36 months, I've come here and I've talked about issues like the MJW collapse and how you should have done a forensic audit on the town's finances because, you know, businesses lost upwards of $4 million, but the council didn't do anything about that. I talked to you about, at another budget approval, I talked to you about 1,300 improved lots, so going from unimproved land to improved land. There was a 1,300 block increase in the budget. And I talked to you about how that actually affected the rate increase that you advertised. You know, the more that you have, it dilutes the percentage ratio, so you can advertise, instead of it going up 30%, you can advertise it 2%, you know. So, again, you did nothing about that in the 7 to 8 months that I waited for a answer. But the following budget explanation, because I talked to you about the reduction, so those numbers came down to what they originally were, I asked about that, and my response was it was an administrative error, and the numbers were changed back. Now, I've talked to you about the housing on Long Tom Loop, all right, and how that money was not even in the budget. And the response that I got was, oh, you know, we forgot. But the research that I've done over the last few days is interesting, because I found the real answer. So the real answer in the monthly payments, and I've highlighted that so you can see in the monthly payments. The real answer is Mighty Construction actually started that build in that on that house. And that's listed in the you know, monthly payments, but Mighty Construction went broke, right? So you know, my understanding of the Local Government Act and the financial regulations and all of that sort of stuff, you know, require that you know, when a company goes broke, then that development is retendered. Okay. So I haven't finished the calculation yet, but it does look like the amount is well over the million. So now what I'm seeing through the monthly payments is multiple businesses getting paid for work being done on Long Tom Loop. All right. So to me, that's classic tender avoidance. Okay, like I told you before. So, you know, and that, like I said before, that's serious stuff. But, you know, that's not one that is linked to a whole host of other things that have to do with MJW. It's still happening, as in, you know, I've seen it in the monthly payments, you know, multiple times. So one of the biggest issues for me is your absence of concern. You know, at the last meeting, you agreed to shut questions down on the budget when I got up again the second time. You know, Mayor Carter, Deputy Mayor Turner, Councillor Elke, Councillor Keller, Councillor Eckhard, you didn't want me to ask any questions. And that's fine with me if you want to shut down public debate, public questions, but then I would expect that you know the answers to what I'm asking. You should have done the research. So the 2022-2023 budget states that we've approved $108 million spend, and the adjustments in the 23-24 budget are saying the actuals in our spend on page 3 is 93 million, or, you know, on page 4 is 133 million. So which one is it? We've got 2 pages of actuals. And I don't know whether it's 93 million or 133 million. But what I do know, because I've done the research, right, and this is more important, I do know that the amount paid out for the 22-23 financial year is 179,940,000. I did those numbers a few times. Now, in my opinion, that's drunken sailor spending. And it's 50 million more than what the highest budget number says. And I don't understand, I haven't seen this before, and I don't understand how that's actually possible. Because you've got a computer system that knows how much you've spent each month. So when the administration says to you, oh, we need to wait 6 months, before we finish the final budget numbers, that's wrong. They know exactly what the number is because it's in the computer system. So I've been up here for the last 2 years busting holes in your budget, and I don't think you've listened. I found it extremely hard to compile the information. You need to listen hard to this. This is good. I found it extremely hard to compile the information because of the structure of the accounting information. It keeps changing, and any CPA accountant would know that shouldn't happen, because especially in the public forum, because the public looks at financial documents and they know what they did last year or the year before or whatever, and it's all the same. All right, so we've got PDFs, okay, in the last 24 months, so I'm talking about the monthly payment document, the attachments to your agenda item. We've got PDFs, and then we've got Word documents, and you can't read the Word documents unless you download them to print, and then it becomes clear. So, I don't know if that's my computer, but I would expect, I tried other people's computers and it's the same stuff. Then the structure of the annual payments goes from alphabetical order to listing the account numbers of the payee, right? Who's getting paid. So then you have to go through and check every line by line, because it's not alphabetical. You've also downloaded the wrong file into one of the payment attachments that shows all the employees' names and their super numbers and personal details, right? So I don't understand how that happens when you're supposed to be checking this stuff. So I'll just give you an example. You have an item in your agenda that says you have checked and you know what's in the agenda and you've read it, okay? So if that was the case, the council would have picked this up. And then I add to that, the executive should have picked it up because they should know what's in the agenda. And then, you'd think the managers would know what's in the agenda as well because they'd be reading it. And then obviously some staff would be interested in what's going on. But clearly none of that's happened. So tonight you've got a couple of interesting items coming before you, and one of them the delegated register. So I suggest that you change the delegated register to the absolute minimum, which is 250,000. And that ensures that all spending has to be approved by the council. So then you will know exactly what's going on moving forward. Okay? You will have to get the agenda item. Yes, it's a lot of reading, but that's why you put your hand up to be a council member. Okay? So that's my suggestion to you. So if you don't know what's going on in this town, reduce the delegated authority to the absolute minimum. And again, this is my opinion. Based on what I've told you tonight, you have a CEO review that you're going to consider tonight. Now, I suggest you lay it on the table, all right? Don't vote on it tonight. And I would like you to read the information that I give you so you're fully informed, right? And then you will also get the administration's, advice, I would say, on why my numbers are different to your numbers. And you will have a better understanding of how to deal with a CEO review. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Manco. Thank you.
Just a quick question. Mr. Mayor, am I allowed to respond to an allegation that was made during that statement?
I'll allow that.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Blanco. When you got up at the last meeting to ask questions the second time, Councillor Christensen moved a procedural motion to disagree with the Mayor, which I seconded, and I voted in favour of the procedural motion to strike down the presiding member's decision to not allow you to speak again. The members that voted against it, I was not one of them.
I apologise if I'm wrong. I have been watching the minutes and looking at the minutes and the agendas for the last week, and I'm going square-eyed. But if I will check it again, and if I'm wrong, I apologise. But that aside, the motion was passed to not allow me to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Maker. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Eckhart. Okay. Do we have any more public statements at all? Yes. Can you please come forward, state your name and address for the record, please? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Carter and members of the council. My name is Colleen Digby. I lived in this town for 29 years, from 73 to 2002. And I was one of the founders of the Pilbara Music Festival, which starts next week. I've just driven in from Perth, so I'm feeling a bit bedraggled, but we have come back to Port Hedland every year for the music festival because we support it, and we realise how important it is for the young people in this town to be able to advance their learning abilities, which is scientifically proven, and to help with actually running it and doing all the hard work. It's run now for 40. This is the 46th year of the Pilbara Music Festival, and that is some achievement. It's run by volunteers who give of their time for this very noble cause of educating our children and giving them this forward thrust to do better. And it's not just always about sport. It also has to do with the other side of your brain. So we were, in the past, the town of Port Hedland used to sponsor the Pilbara Music Festival for quite a few years, actually. And they we had all the facilities open because it was a non-profit organization. And whatever money came in grants and stuff from companies and people around town were given back to students for their ability to, for their performances and things. And at some stage, this suddenly stopped. The town suddenly was not sponsoring, and that made it really, really difficult for the music festival to continue when they were being handed out huge, big invoices for this hall or that something or other. You know. So it is sad to think that this musically cultural event was suddenly sidelined for some reason, quite unknown to the committee. And these people who work so hard just to get it running without any payment or anything, it's all done out of the goodness of their hearts. And it would be great, really, if this matter could be reviewed again by your worthy councillors, because this is a really wonderful event. It's not just somebody standing on a stage and screaming out in a microphone. It is proper music that is adjudicated by an examiner from the University of WA. They come up and adjudicate. It is a very specialized person that can do this. And the schools, they all were clamoring. What happened? Why can't we have the festival during the COVID period? Of course, that was a no-no. But this music thing, which seems to be like, oh, it's just music. No, it's not just music. It is different genres of music that help increase and enhance their learning abilities. And so many of the people that went through this music festival over the years have done marvelously in universities and just taken off opera singing and have done so well. So I just hope that this little thing can be reviewed again at some stage by you good people. But thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your time for coming out. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any more public statements at all? Yes. Can you please come forward, state your name and address for the record, please? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Peter Carter and councillors. My name is Brian Digby, Colleen's husband for the last 57 years, going on 58 in
Congratulations.
the end of December. And we raised 3 children in this illustrious town, and they went to school all the way to leaving, and they're doing brilliantly in life. Now, coming to the point of why I'm here, I've been asked to say a few words about a truly illustrious lady who was a councillor as well, Katerina Vernon. Katerina had a heart for the children of this town, which is why she was a big support to the music festival. Although she wasn't a committee member, she gave her all at every festival. And she announced at the every day and at the finale concert. Katerina now lives in Perth, and our prayers and thoughts are with her and her husband. Help me, Jan. What's his name? Chris, who was in the advanced stages of cancer. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Thank you. Do we have any more public statements at all? Okay, I will close public statements.
Chair, sorry.
Yes, sorry, Councillor.
I'm just wondering, referring to the request made by Councillor Eckhart, if you could give an explanation why the statement that was sent, request to read out, isn't permissible. I'm just curious. I expected that to be read out.
Oh, yeah, see.
Generally, Councillor, standing orders allows for public statements to be made by people who are present in the chamber to make those statements. Having received them through the administration, we have responded to them and advised that, subject to Council's decision on the item that's before you tonight, that would be included in any consultation process and fed back to Council through that process.
Okay.
And it's to Julie as well, who's a lovely lady. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Okay, 6.3, petition, deputations, presentation and submissions. There is nil. Item 7, question from members about notice. Are there any questions from elected members at all?
Just a few quick ones, if I may.
Yes,
Councillor
Councillor Christensen. Yes.
First question I have is through yourself to the CEO. Can I just request, outside of the amendments that were agreed to at the last briefing, we had the confidential briefing in relation to the CBP, how many amendments have been made to the document after that point? Outside of the ones that have been agreed to.
Might need to refer that to the director and the manager in terms of how many amendments were made, if they know.
Through the Mayor, nothing substantive from what I recall. There were a couple that were actually made whilst we were in the workshop, but essentially what is attached tonight I took as being the sort of consensus as for the revisions from those 2 workshops that have been held. And since that night up until getting it in here, there hasn't been anything further that I believe has been made.
Okay. Thank you, Steve.
Right, thank you. Second to that, can I get some confirmation tonight that at the point of review for this document coming in the coming years, there will be availability to the administration and the further regions, if we go out to consultation further onto that, to further tighten up the wording in relation to actions and commitments, please.
As into,
Well, the CVP.
Can I just seek clarification, Councillor?
Well, I mean, so the CVP has a very large amount of actions and accountabilities that we are aiming to do. It's my opinion right now that a lot of these are very vague and very hard to measure. So I'm just requesting and informing to inform myself to make sure that there's availability for further time to, I guess, tighten them up if we deem fit in later dates for reviews and etc. We'll be given that opportunity and provide that opportunity.
Happy to take that on board, Councillor. Thank you.
okay. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Thank you. Any other questions for that move?
So just one last one.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Councillor. Yes.
Arts and Culture Plan. I might have misread it. There's a fair few documents to go through. Can I just confirm that we do have a registered and a confirmed review time frame for this? Is it going to be yearly? For a
Do you want to answer that for us?
So the Arts and Culture Plan is 2023-2027, so it's a 4-year plan. However, as part of that plan, the intention is to provide updates to Council on a yearly basis, similar to what we do with our other plans, such as the Youth Development Plan and the Community Development Plan.
Okay, thank you. Is that okay, Councillor? Happy with that? Happy with that? Okay, thank you. Any other questions at all from councillors? Yes, Councillor Gilligan. Yes.
Yes, thank you, through the Chair.
Yep.
I'd like to first say through the Chair, Mayor Carter, to thank Colin and Brian Digby for presenting tonight with a statement. I was very humbled actually to hear those words. They come up a long way for the festival, and they've come to spend the week at the Music Festival next week, which starts next Wednesday and Thursday at the Civic Centre, the Gratuit Hall here, and culminates to a finale concert on Sunday afternoon, which is a delightful concert if you're not doing anything between 2 o'clock and 4 on the Sunday, the 9th of September, 10th of September, sorry. So it's a bit of a commercial effort. Yes, thank you very much. And I'd also like to say that Mrs. Katharina Vernon's name was mentioned, and she is on the board there. She was a deputy mayor. Also, I'd like to say thank you to the staff for responding to my email to the flowers that are also to be sent to another previous councillor, which was Pam Gangel Harding, who was also a deputy mayor, and her name is on the board. Unfortunately, she did depart our world a few weeks ago, and thank you to the staff for organising flowers. Thank you for that on behalf of the council and the whole administration. So it was very, very nice, and the funeral was last Saturday, and many people from our town actually went to that funeral. So thank you for that. And I'd just like to say that the email that I also received from Mrs. Arif was that I am unable to be at the council meeting tonight. Could you please read out my statement below at public statement time? So as it hasn't been done, I'd just like through the chair to read out on behalf of Julie Arif, please, through the chair, if I could read out her statement time.
Yes, certainly, Councillor. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. So Julie Arif is 118 Sutherland Street, Port Hedland, regarding the Port Hedland State School item 12.3.6 being heard this evening. Reading, I am very concerned about the possible loss of a piece of Port Hedland's heritage and history, namely the Port Hedland State School building on Mackay Street, or pronounced as Mackay Street. The Port Hedland Volunteer Marine Rescue Association do an amazing job, and I thank them for all they have done and continue to do to keep our waterways and marine users safe. I believe the Port Hedland Marine have occupied the building that is Crown property for more than 20 years, and it was in good condition when the original tenancy started, and now has been allowed to deteriorate by the tenant and the landlords, and someone must be held responsible for this as a Category B listing on our heritage inventory, a place of worthy recognition and protection. On this protection has not happened by the town, the tenant or the landlords. It is imperative that this building be restored and retained, as we have very few heritage buildings in Port Hedland pre-1910. The category of the building should be raised to a category A, not decreased to a category C. History and heritage cannot be retrieved once it's lost. Dalgety House Museum was built in 1903. It's a perfect example of how a building can be saved. The building was in the same state of deterioration when it was restored. The photos of before and after are in an album at the museum for all to see. The original hospital, now which is dome built in 1904, is another example of how a derelict and abandoned building can be restored and repurposed, and is now the jewel in the crown in Port Hedland. I would like to see a conservation and maintenance order placed on the state schools so that future generations can understand and appreciate the long history of the building, students, teachers, and of course the town. While I understand and appreciate that the Port Hedland Marine want to expand their operations to continue to do business, it should not be done at the risk of losing our precious history. New shiny buildings can be rebuilt anytime, but historical buildings can not ever be retrieved once they are gone. Perhaps a better site for the building should be closer to the boat launching facility at the new marina, as it will be closer in proximity and architecturally more in keeping with a new build. The site does come under the improvement zone, in inverted commas, that is managed also by the state government, and that is almost a conflict in itself, as they are the landlords of this historic site. Mayor and councillors, please keep in mind all of these things when considering the item. Kind regards, Julie Arif. Thank you, Mayor, through the chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clegg. Yeah, thank you for your time and appreciate your comments tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, any other questions, councillors? Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First up, I'd just like to thank everyone for coming here tonight. I've got one question here tonight. Scribblers Art Festival was held last weekend, and I wish to thank Victoria, the volunteers, and the amazing staff from the town of Port Hedland who dedicated their time for the arts, for that art festival. It was well received by the public. However, we did have many options for the public available throughout that weekend. In future, can we try and see how we can actually combine these festivals that all get put together to collaborate in some kind of way to make it bigger and better? Like I say, I can't speak highly enough of the staff down there from the town of Port Hedland, Scribblers Art Festival, and all the volunteers for turning up for there. But just for future events, for especially people who come from out of town, especially down in Perth, who take the opportunity to come up here. They also went out to a lot of communities as well and provided a huge support in remote communities that they normally don't get this option. But yeah, just going forward, if we can find a way to collaborate a little bit better with especially people who come to visit and bring things to this town. But once again, I can't think highly enough of everyone who dedicated their time down there for it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Coles. Thank you. Is there any more questions at all, councillors? No? Okay, moving on. Item number 8, presiding meetings for the month of July 2023 are printed in the agenda. Item number 9, I invite all elected members to declare show of hands that they have given due consideration to all matters contained within the agenda. Have a show of hands, please. Thank you, councillors.
Just make a point of note, please.
Yes.
Obviously, there you go.
Sorry, can I just please note through the chair that I was unaware of a late attachment that was added into this one here of the 12.1.4. I was unaware that this one here had been included on it, and I have had not the time to review that particular item that's been late put in the, for this agenda, please.
Okay, I might get one of the directors to talk to that item when we get to it, okay?
And likewise.
Sorry?
Likewise.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll get Steve to talk to it when it comes up. That's fine. Okay, was your hands, everyone? Okay, that's fine. Okay, item number 10, confirmation of previous meeting. We have other recommendation before us that council, sorry, let's start again. We have other recommendation before us that council confirm the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on Wednesday the 26th of July 2023 are a true and a correct record. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Zilke. I have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Is there any questions? Good. Motion's carried. Thank you. Before we move on to reports of committees and officers, I remind members of the public not to take any action on Council's decision on items of this evening's agenda which may they have interest in. Until formally notified in writing by the town as received, decisions made at this meeting can be revoked in line with Local Government Act 1995. Item number 11, reports from communities, there is nil. Item number 12, reports of officers, 12.1, corporate services. We have officer recognition before us that Council pursuant to point 6.4 of the Local Government Act receive the statement of financial activity, and 2, receive the material variance report, and 3, note that accounts paid under delegated authority, and 4, receive a credit card statement for the period ending 30 June 2023. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Turner. Have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Zilke. Is anyone against the motion? Motion is carried. Absolute majority. Thank you, councillors. 12.1.2. We have officer recommendation before us that council adopt the 2023-2024 Town of Woyhetham Delegated Register. Can I get a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Turner. Get a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Zilke. Is anyone against the motion? Thank you, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Turner.
Through the chair, thank you. I'm in support of the officer's recommendation. Having examined the delegation register, I'm more than satisfied with the allocations and the processes that sit behind that. I think it served us well at this time, and I am prepared to listen to what might be the opposition. So I'll rest there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Zilke. Nothing to add. Okay, thank you. Is anyone against that motion? Yeah, Councillor Gillingham.
Yes, thank you. Listening to many items over the last several months to do with finances, questions about finances, not being happy about some, I personally not being happy about some of the information, and when we are also alerted to information tonight in the public sector, and going through a lot of finances myself personally over the last few weeks, and I know that some councillors have known that, because I've actually said I'm not happy with the finances, but I've not discussed things with them. It's my own personal opinion. I'm not asking anybody else to tag along to this. I am concerned that because we have not been, since being on council since 2020, for the last 3 years, and coming to the end of the three-year term, is that not hearing all the information of the tenders, of what is being delegated to, and yes, it would take more time to go through the agendas, but it's something that I became quite aware of when I was first on council previously. And it was something that we actually enjoyed listening to and learning with, and finding out exactly how our town would prosper, because it all came to us because it was well below $1 million delegation for our CEO, and it was also less for our director staff. So I would actually like to move a motion for that recommendation to lower the CEO's delegated authority, and also to a minimum that's satisfactory to everybody around this table. Because this is something where, with a new council coming in October, would be a fresh start as well for council. So this is something which I think council should really consider, so that we can actually move forward. I know that some of the councils do have $1 million. A lot of other councils, when I looked up what they were saying, were a lot less. So with the delegated register as it is, I really think that it's showing a little bit of a red flag, and for us to sort of come down a little bit on that, it would be more suitable. So I would like to move that recommendation that we do have a lower minimum, to a particular minimum for the delegation of the CEO.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gillingham. Yes, is that an amendment you'd like to make?
I'd like to make an amendment to what is in there for the amount. Yes,
Okay.
I'd like.
All right, I'll come back to that. Okay, thank you.
Point of order through the chair. I believe a amendment has to be dealt with at the time, correct? So I think you just need to get a second, and now we debate that.
No, we go to officer recommendation first.
No, can you please ask for some
I
advice?
did move a motion through the
The
chair.
amendment, you'll do the amendment first. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second for the amendment?
Just a point of clarification, sorry, Councillor Gillingham. Is that for just the CEO or you across the board? You want to?
I would prefer that we discuss that it was across the board. Thank you. I'd like
Yeah,
to
what is
move
what is the
that
amount?
it
Sorry,
will be
can-
across the board. Pardon?
what is the amount?
Perhaps in debate, if we have to go into debate, that we decide on a minimum amount that is suitable.
What is that minimum amount, please?
I believe the minimum amount, what I looked up on the delegated register for our band of council, is $250,000.
I think council's 500,000.
I believe it's 250,
Professional.
so I would stand corrected if it's not.
Okay.
And that director staff would be half their amount as well. Their minimum amount, what the minimum is stated for directors.
So you,
Just by way of clarification, councillor, at this point, it's only delegation from council to the CEO, not from the CEO,
Okay.
not sub-delegations.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll just have to go with that then. Thank you.
okay, is there a seconder for Councillor Gillingham's? Councillor Coles. Okay, is it anyone against? Councillor Turner. Okay, Councillor Gillingham.
I think I've probably said everything that needs to be said. This has been on my mind for quite a while, only because having been in a councillor before and knowing the ins and outs of what we do on council, councillors do not mind knowing what is going on in the town. It's when we don't know what's going on in the town and we sometimes are not told of what is happening, things are being delegated and we're not learning about it. So to have a fresh start with new councillors coming in October would be a fresh start for council to move forward. There's a lot being going on. There's lots of millions of dollars passing without us really getting into the nitty-gritty of what is happening for our town, and we are the ones that need to make the decision. We need to find out what is the tenders. We need to find and have our say. We're the ones that are okaying things, but when you have a delegation of $1 million, then those, if anything is under $1 million, it's not coming back to us. So anybody who wants to nominate for council at the moment, this is going to also be part of their area if they have the opportunity to become a councillor. And it's something which needs to be thought of really thoroughly. We've seen a lot of money move around in a town that we still only have 15,000 people approximately. There's a lot of things happening in the town. Even state government override us when it comes to railways, when it comes to the port, anything like that. Those sort of things that don't really come to council because it's already been planned by state government, even areas of land, even fly in, fly out camps, and that sometimes it's just not part of us because we get overridden. All right, it's just the way that the mining is keeping the rest of Australia and Canberra in their sitting positions. And everyone has to realise that. We are the economic heartbeat. We are the engine room of Australia here. But at the expense of our ratepayers and the expense of councillors having to not have that information and then be stopped down the street to say, why did you let that go through? We didn't have an option because it has come under a delegated authority of $1 million. And this is no disregard to our CEO or mayor or directors. It's a safeguard. We need a safeguard to make sure that we're doing the right thing, and that by lowering this delegated authority, it means it comes back to us as councillors. It comes back. Yes, we spend a little bit more time, like I said, discussing it, but we get to know what's going on in our town. And this is what I think needs to have the transparency. It really is important to have this transparency. So I really do feel that councillors around the table, it's really worth considering so that we can move forward in a transparent and above board way. It's a lot for a dedication for $1 million. To go to a minimum would be, I think, ideal. If there is debate on that amount, then there may be debate. But that is why I think that this is a really important part. This is an absolute majority vote here now, and it's something which, going forward, as I said, it's no disrespect to our finance committee or our panel of finance or mayor or CEO or directors. It's something that we as councillors have to vote on this tonight, and I feel quite comfortable in asking and voting this way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cathy Gillingham. Councillor Coles.
Thank you. Also, to add to Councillor Gillingham's statement that she's just made, which I concur, we've got 4 new councillors potentially entering in come election time. They might not have the background and they need the time to digest and get the information. This is a paid sitting fee that we get paid, that we've got to endorse, take on the responsibilities from the ratepayers with a huge amount of money that's within the account right now. We want to understand the process on what's going on, where's it going, how much is getting spent. We need to be aware that potentially whoever comes in might not have that time, because when they come in, you hit the ground running. Sometimes there is no time to have a thought pattern or process straight away. You're overloaded with the information. But having this extra information for things that are coming through, I think keeping the new councillors on the journey is highly appropriate for the town of Port Hedland, for their due diligence and transparency to our ratepayers of the town of Port Hedland.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Coles. Okay, those against, Councillor Turner. Sorry.
Against the amendment, yeah. Okay, thank you for the comments, and I certainly acknowledge the tone and points that were said with respect, so that's certainly acknowledged. My personal view is that a drop from the current delegation of $1 million to 250,000 is quite a radical shift in the way we do business. And I think I don't believe that the existing conditions, economic conditions, administrative processes necessitate that reduction. The administration and its financial management has been proven through our independent audits and our internal audits to be strong and sound. There's been no suggestions of no allegations or no demonstration of misappropriations or mismanagement, and that was acknowledged, I think, by Councillor Gillingham, in that she acknowledged the leadership. I will make the point that, and I say this respectfully, Mr. Blanco made the suggestion from the floor, and I look forward to receiving that information, but it's information that's untested at the moment. And I think we have to be very careful to be led by suggestions made in the moment from the floor. We are managing the business of council, and as such, we need to respond via the information that we have been given through our own considerations, and I don't think we should be reacting to those types of suggestions. I would say at this time there is no requirement to change. The system is working effectively, it's working efficiently. We are a significant council. We have a budget of nearly 100 million. If we were to drop, in my opinion, if we were to drop the delegation to 250 and subsequently the delegation, I assume, of the directors, we're going to grind to a halt. You know, this will be here all night. You know, and these people have served well. They're in trusted positions. We have a number of oversights which allow us to actually have oversight over the delegations and expenditure. So I think we are well placed to continue business as it is. So that's my response. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Anyone else for? Councillor Cup.
Thank you, Councillor Gillingham, for bringing this up, and Councillor Turner for your thoughts as well. Swing both ways here, but I agree in principle with the amended motion that delegated authority should be reduced, and that would give the councillors, the elected members, the opportunity to actually see exactly where the money's going. I mean, there has been some concerns over the last 12 to 18 months that keep coming up every time we have an OCM, that there's questions on budgetary matters and spendings. The Council Attorney, you do make a good point that it could grind, I don't think it'd grind to a halt, but everything over $250,000 would have to come to Council for review and approval, if you like, for things like that. So it will slow, but it will also open the eyes of the elected members to see exactly where our money's going.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Anyone else against? Yes, Councillor Zucchi.
I'd just like to say that I believe that, you know, the call for transparency is valid. We certainly support that, and all councillors that I've spoken to support it. But I think going from the full Monty, $1 million down to 250 is not the right move. Like I said, I think that would just slow things up too much. I think it's something that we should sit together and discuss where we want to go with it, and then table it as a separate item. So at this point in time, I don't believe it's the right move to do at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zucchi. Anyone else for?
Sorry, can I just have a point of clarification through the chair, quickly?
Yes.
Time frame, deadlines on this, is it needing to go through today?
Tonight.
Tonight, sorry. Is there any sort of legislative requirements to make it meet? Because I know that we just finished doing our audits. So I just want to see if there's any legislative...
There is, and I'm not sure there is. I think the existing delegations will remain in force until new delegations replace them, but clearly there is a time issue, and I think we are required to report on those changes annually. And I think if we do not consider it this month, I think we'll be outside of our timeframes, and in the compliance audit return we'll need to note that as something outside of required timeframes.
Is there any workarounds for that? Like, I'm just trying to understand that principle. What normally happens with that? If we are outside of that, do we normally just write a letter to the Minister?
It will simply be a compliance matter that we'll need to report to the department that we didn't review our delegations within a 12-month period.
Okay, thank you. So anyone else for? Anyone else against? I'll put it to the vote then. So, you have any for or against it? Yeah, of course. Yes, Councillor Gillingham.
Thank you. I don't take what our public says, but I do a lot of reading. And it was even stated last night at the candidate session last night that you do at least up to 20 hours a week reading when you're going to become a councillor. because you need to do lots of reading, and there is a lot. I mean, just the attachments alone is quite horrendous. Also, when we and printing anything out and reading anything, it's quite a lot there. I do believe, and I'll stand corrected if I'm incorrect, is that when Commissioner Ribble was in the position and took charge of council, that was actually when the $1 million delegation was put into place. So I'm not too sure. I was not here at that time. I believe CEO Carl Askew was appointed, and I guess I can ask to clarify that, if I could please, through the chair.
I think, Councillor, I think when the Commissioner was here, the value was $500,000. I think the decision was made by the subsequent initial incoming council to move it to $1 million.
And I believe with that message then from the CEO, thank you, Carl, CEO, was that it was a brand new council in 2020, and pretty green council, if I want to use that word, is that we did not really realise that was the amount. And having spoken to some of the councillors around the table that were present in 2020, and then we had another council election in 2021, is that it was something which had really gone over their head. They did not realise that. And it's worried me since, it has concerned me since, and that has not come to the table. Back in May 2023, when an audit report came through stating that a delegated authority had gone over a certain amount, this really did concern me. I had brought it up with council. I have brought it up, and that was something that really needed to be looked into, because it was an audit report from the auditors. So that's, and I had mentioned it to council, so that struck alarm bells to me. It was around about 2 or 3 weeks ago, or about 2 weeks ago, that I actually mentioned that. I think some of you were around the table at the time when I actually mentioned that. So that does concern me. $250,000 delegated authority might sound not a lot of money, but it's a lot of money when you have things that are going on in this town which we don't know about. So I will foreshadow another motion if this is lost. So if this doesn't go through, I'd like to foreshadow another motion. And also, this is something which, and thank you, Councillor Cole, for your comments for the transparency for new councillors that will be possibly coming in then in October. This will be a way forward. If then 12 months down the track, it has to be changed, there's the opportunity to change it if it's so required. If there's councillors around the table that feel as if that this is too low an amount, then let's talk about it. Then ask, should we take it a little bit higher? But not just to let it go through back to $1 million. This is something which I really think we need to be a little bit more transparent. So I'm quite concerned about that audit report. I really am, from our outside auditors, that there was a question that had gone over a delegated authority, and that was a concern to me which I had brought up at council. So please, councillors, I urge you to consider my motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gillingham. We'll now put it to the vote. So all those in favour of Councillor Gillingham's $250,000 limit, all those in favour, show of hands. 3. All those against? 6. Motion's lost. Yeah. Okay. So go to office recommendation.
Through the chair, please.
Yes. Sorry.
Wish to move another amendment.
Yes.
So similar to the previous, just putting $750 as a dollar price. Thank you. $750,000, just to be precise. Please and thank you.
So you would change the amendment from $1 million to $750?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is there Is there a seconder for that? Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Gillingham. Is anyone against that? Councillor Turner. Okay, Councillor Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So touching on base, I'm not overly concerned, and much to Deputy Mayor's advice and suggestions he's put forward, I do also second the fact that we've got some pretty stringent and pretty strict support and support services within inside the walls of the administration and also externally to that. So those that know, we've also got the Art Committee, and that's pretty much run by 3 of us, open to the public, open to all other councillors. Everything's presented to all councillors, to the public, and also then having that expert advice provided to us by an independent third party also, I think will also help put some people's minds at ease. But I'm not naive to the fact that we've obviously listened to some councillors here. We've got some people concerned with the dollar value, but also voicing their opinion, saying they want to be heard and they want to have a bit more of a say. And I think first and foremost, I'll appreciate and respect that, and even shadow that in some aspects of being one to always nip at the heels and always annoy administration staff. I believe I try not to do it too much, but I try and do what I've promised the people of the town to do, and hold myself to account as much as the administration and as much as the councillors too. So, listening to everyone's debate just previously, which is why I've moved this amendment. Again, nothing changes unless we make an adjustment. Right now, it's $750,000 is still, in my opinion, still a significant change to a dollar value that's been set. However, it is still a reduction. And hoping that if we do this, and people are happy to do this, we can actually see what change it will have. But I caution all councillors, if they do support a reduction to this dollar value, that we are endorsing the fact that you want more workload on your shoulders, and we are taking on responsibility to do a lot more reading, to do a lot more meeting, to do a lot more work outside what we already currently do. So please, by all means, vote and debate the way you wish to tonight, but I really do request that if you do vote for it, that we understand and we accept this coming on if we do accept it. Yeah, other than that, I'm pretty confident we've got the right things in place. However, yes, again, I'll be the first one to put my hand up, and I had a few complaints last year in relation to some of these some matters that come through the project world through the delegated authority, and as much of it was my own not understanding completely the whole circle. I still think that there's room for improvement. I still think, again, if council, like myself, are asking for a bit more knowledge and a bit more say-so on some of these higher ticket items, and I think we should hear that and allow it to the council to make the decision. So thanks for that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. Councillor Gillingham.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Christian, for alerting us to some other aspects regarding this. I think I've said everything I wanted to say. I just would like to see this information coming back to us more, so that we can see exactly what is happening in our town. You know, we are responsible for what's happening in our town, and this is the whole idea of why we're being here. We're not a board of directors, but we are your council. We get elected in, and we get asked to do the right thing. There's a lot of people out there paying rates as well, and they really would like to see how their money is actually spent. So this way, I feel as if it's not that we councillors are in control. It's not that at all. It's just that we would like to be part of the whole system. I really think this is really important. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Gillingham. Councillor Turner.
So I probably don't have too much more to add to my initial comments, and I certainly appreciate the point of workload. The workload is substantial and significant as it is. Engaged in a process where you're further drawn into the deliberations around expenditure against budget and the items put forward under delegation. I don't think there's really much difference between $750,000 and $1 million. You know, there really isn't. What it is it's incumbent upon us as councillors and councillors who are elected to be engaged in the process, to be engaged in these discussions, and that if there is uncertainty, if there is unknowing, then it's incumbent upon us to be fully engaged in that process, to ask the questions. Now, from my dealings with administration, they have consistently been available, and more than just available, they have really always responded, with over and above any sort of requests for information or clarification. So I do have concerns when we use language like transparency, because it suggests that we aren't transparent, and I don't believe that to be true. So as Councillor Christensen drew attention, we have a number of mechanisms and very robust systems for transparency and for testing, and it's really incumbent upon us to use that. So I support the officer's recommendation, the delegation of $1 million, and there's probably not too much more I can say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Is anyone else for?
In an effort to be more open, as mentioned, this is not a significant change. However, it is a change, and while not as significant as what Councillor Gillingham is asking for, I think we can now test the waters and we can see what difference this will make. And I, like Councillor Turner mentioned, I don't think that we're going to see a huge amount of difference. Things will still be the same, but at least we're not standing in the way of giving what's been requested at times, and still be a functional council.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Zuki. Anyone else against? Anyone else for? Yes, Councillor Coles.
The transparency side of it, when I mention transparency, isn't a dig or a go at administration, CEO or other councillors. The transparency is purely for upcoming councillors who are coming in, who are unaware and have never sat in this seat before. They need a chance to divulge into the information provided by everyone to be able to make an executive decision. Yes, there's going to be a little bit more paperwork. Yes, it's going to be a little bit more time. But coming in as an elected member, I want people to understand that yes, there is a lot of reading involved. Yes, there's a lot of time out of your everyday life that is spent coming to meetings and briefings. But in no way was the transparency a dig at the actual administration, nor the way how everything's run. It's just been something rather we can test the waters with to ensure that, is there anything that we can actually improve on? And I think any improvement is the best improvement that we can make. The comments made by the floor tonight, I never took that to heart on what was being said. However, there has been many opportunities for us where we've looked at reports that have come back to us that we have gone over our delegated authority. And I think for that reason, you bring it back and let's all have a look at it for incoming councillors that are coming in. That's just all I've got to say, and I concur with what everyone else has said for the floor bit.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Coles. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? Councillor Christian, you'd like to sum up, please?
As I always like to do, thanks everyone for the debate. It's great to see that we had multiple rounds of debating, so thanks for that. Not really going to allude to too much more than what we've already spoken about. I'll touch on a few things that have been spoken on the against side of this. And so, if it's not too much of a move against 1 million to 750, my suggestion would be then why oppose it if it makes other people happy, and this side is actually seems to be not much of a change that will take place, and I think it might even be a better opportunity to take this, and like Councillor Zilke said, maybe take it and see where it takes us and what comes out of this. Other concerns I do have is when we start putting the question back into the realm of the councillor having to chase what they want or what they know, unfortunately sometimes you might not be able to ask the question unless you know what the question is at the right time. So I guess on that side as well, to being incumbent on us to ask the right questions. Again, it's if we change the tactic of this by going that we must go and ask the questions, and then the thing is that the information is brought to us to go, can we do this or should we do this? I guess it changes the mindset of the way that councils run. From what I can hear, other councillors, this is something that they might be suggesting to, alluding to. So, but for myself, again, this whole conversation for me was about listening to the actual debate and trying to be quiet as much as I can, which I know is hard for me sometimes, and actually taking consideration what people are saying. So I'd like to see potentially this change take place, and then again see what happens out of this. And much to Councillor, and I hate saying it, because I'm a big believer in making changes for the right reason. But if it doesn't work, then I think we have the power and not to have to wait a year. If it doesn't work and it does create red tape and does create issues, it's incumbent on us as council to swallow the pride and go, well, we've made a mistake and let's readjust that figure. So I'll leave it at that and thank everyone again for their participation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. Okay, we'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? So, those against? Motion's carried.
That was just the amendment?
That was the amendment. This one. Yeah. Yeah. So we get the office recommendation now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, the office recommendation before us that council adopts the 2023-24 Town of Port Hedland Delegated Register to $750,000. Is that right, Sir?
Can I just suggest, Mr. Mayor, maybe the wording is, because you need to adopt the entirety of the register, so can I suggest after the resolution that with the concurrence of the mover of the motion, wording along the lines of with the delegation value to the CEO for delegation 1.2.18 tender for goods and services to be reduced from 1 million to 750,000.
As seen on the screen. Thank you, Councillor Zucchi. $750,000. From 1 million.
You have a mover and a seconder?
Yes, we have a mover, yeah. Councillor Turner, Councillor Zucchi.
Yep.
Yeah. So we have a mover, Councillor Turner. We have a seconder, Councillor Zucchi. Is anyone else against that motion? No. Motion's carried. Put to the vote. Yeah. Okay, all those in favour?
This is the
These are the.
This is the amended substantive motion as printed on the screen, councillors.
Yep. What's that? Call for a vote, that's all. Is everyone happy? Yeah? Okay. Carried. Okay, good. Okay. Okay, let's move on. 12.1.3. We have office recommendation before us that Council 1 adopts the Town of Port Hedland Corporate Business Plan 2023-2027, and 2 authorise the Chief Executive Officer to monitor editorial design changes to the corporate business plan which do not affect the intent of its content. Could I have a mover, please? A mover. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Have a seconder, please. Councillor Zucchi, thank you. Is anyone against the motion? You against the motion? Okay. Okay, Councillor Turner.
It's a busy night on the mic. Look, I'm in favour of the officer's recommendation. There's been extensive consultation and contributions made through the council. I was of the belief that we had consensus through the process and through the workshop. So again, I'm once again keen to hear what the concerns might be. But I would like to congratulate the administration and for the work that they've done and the commitment that they've made to bringing to the corporate business plan to where it is at this time. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Zucchi.
It says it right there on number 2, where it says that the minor editorial design changes in the corporate business plan which do not affect the inherent intent of its content. And I agree with that. I think it's pretty simple. It's more like an administrative change.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Zucchi. Anyone against the motion? Councillor Christensen.
So to start off with, I will echo Deputy Mayor's statement by saying congratulations to the town. I think it's in depth and it's somewhat a detailed report. Talks through a lot of concerns, issues and priorities of the town. And again, thank them again for their endless service to us councillors with countless meetings and catch-ups and opportunities to have a conversation. Now, when I put my hand up, say I'm not against the intent by any means of the stretch of the imagination. I wanted to have it on record saying that I'm not completely happy with the wording and the formatting and the way that some of these actions and accountabilities are worded. I'm a very big believer that we must as council hold ourselves to account, and when you look at the strategic makeup of a council and local government authority, this is, if not our number one important document. I might be disagreeing with Mr. Blanco with the budget. I think that they're both as important. However, I think the CVP is the be all and end all from a council point of view, as it is our barometer and it's our compass to point us on success, failings, and also new and improved learnings that we can have. So I think by having some very vague and I guess very hard to measure actions attributed to a lot of these actions, I think will potentially leave us in a position where we are challenging ourselves to ask the question, were we successful? How were we successful? And again, I'm always about wanting to be able to celebrate what we know we can do, what we say we will do. So sometimes I think we're a bit timid to put out the exact things we want to do. That's my personal opinion. I'm one of those guys that would like to shoot for the stars and be able to say that we got out there, we did what we said we will do. And right now, I personally will find this very hard to be able to, I guess, look at this and go a measurement yes or no, which doesn't necessarily have to be exactly that, but yeah, I'm just a little bit apprehensive about the importance of this document as well, because this will also reference into another item in the confidential matters going forward as well. So a very pivotal and very important document. So I challenge the councillors here tonight who are going to have a say and have a debate to really challenge yourself and go, have you read all the actions, and do you think the ones that are going to be due this year and next year, are you capable and confident that those actions are very easy to understand and also to measure? So other than that, that's the only reason. That's the only concerns I have with it. Other than that, honestly, the documents are the intent and what we're striving for here. I'm actually excited. There's a lot of very big aspirational goals in there, and there's a lot of things I think that's going to actually move the needle in this town, and I'm excited to see what will happen moving forward. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Anyone else for? Councillor Bennett.
Just following on from the other councillors as a is for it. It's just a routine refresh of the IPR framework, and it's a guide for us for the next 4 years. I do agree with Councillor Christensen. Having read through the documents, is very ambitious, but it's there to ensure that our strategic community plan remains current and retain its long-term focus. So with that, I'm in support of it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. So anyone against? Anybody else for? Councillor Christensen, do you want to sum up? Sorry, Turner, sorry. Yeah, that's okay.
Appreciate the offer, Councillor Christensen. Look, certainly I think the importance of the document has been acknowledged. It is ambitious. I think there's always the challenge of how we measure and how we evaluate, and that's a constant challenge, and we need the vigilance to go with that. But I think we've gone through quite an extensive process. We've all had an opportunity to contribute and help define what that document currently, how it's currently worded. And so I think there's been, I think it's a really strong document. It represents our aspirations as Councillor Bennett. It aligns with our community plan. So I'll leave it there, and I'll be voting to support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Turner. Okay, now put it to the vote. All those in favour? 3, 4, 5. What's against? 5, 4. Carried. Thank you, councillors. Item number 12.1.4. We have officers recognised before us for council, but I'm going to hand it over to Steve as well to talk about this item. Steve, do you want to sort of have a quick preview of this one for us?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just acknowledging that the revised statements were provided at very short notice, so my apologies again for that. Just to surmise the intent of this report, it is around revising the 22-23 actual year's estimates to restate that $10.9 million that was shown as carry forwards in the actual column into a more sort of appropriate disclosure. And to achieve that, in the revised statements, the amendments were made to the actuals, estimated actuals for the 22-23 transfers from reserves. We hadn't spent all that, so the reserve transfer was reduced, being $5 million, and also recognising that we hadn't spent all of the grant funds that were coming through, which was another $5 million. So that's how the $10 million was restated through restating reserve transfers, drawdown, as well as recognising increased contract liabilities. Now those restatements of the carry forwards and their associated sort of funding sources flows through the supporting notes. So it changed some of the 22-23 actual estimates. But there were no changes and no amendments made to the 23-24 budget operational or capital expenditure amounts. So therefore that had no impact on the amount of budget deficit that needed to be made up through rating, and no impact at all upon the actual rate and the dollar amounts that were needed to be adopted. Admittedly, we did take the opportunity just to tidy up a few sort of typos and some mismatched prior year actuals and budget comparatives, but I'll just re-emphasise that the restatements made no, which related to the prior financial year and not the 23-24 budget amounts as required.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Okay, so we have office recommendation before us that Council 1 adopts the budget review report at 30th of August 2023, and 2, amend the Town of Port Hedland's annual budget 2023-24 financial activity statement as shown in attachment Annex 1. Can I have a move, please? Move, Councillor Turner. Seconder, please. Councillor Zilke.
Through the chair, if I may, I'd like to foreshadow a motion as well, thanks.
Okay, what is your foreshadow?
The foreshadow will be that I'll request that a team catch up be made outside of this for council to go through with current, well, with the changes and expectations of that, and then for the council to push it to the next meeting after that. So the administration sets up a meeting for council.
For a briefing?
Yes, pretty much, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so it's different. Yep. Is anyone against them? Yeah.
It's foreshadowed,
yeah.
So we'll deal with the recommendation.
Yep. Done.
So you have a mover and a second, or zero against?
Yep. So Councillor Turner moved it, Councillor was here. Councillor Christensen was against it.
No, he wasn't against, he just foreshadowed.
Against the foreshadow.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I thought you called for anyone against the foreshadow, and I was just a bit confused myself. So yes, I would be against this officer's recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Put it to debate. Okay, Councillor Turner.
in line with the comments made, explanation provided by the Director for Finance. I'm satisfied with the explanation. There's no material impact. The budget for 23-24 remains, and yeah, I'm satisfied with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Zucchi.
Yeah, same as Councillor Turner. For me, this is an administrative a change, so there's no net change in anything. Essentially, we've worked this, and it was just coming to vote. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zucchi. Someone against? Councillor Christensen.
Rightio. Thanks again for everyone taking part. My first concerns is in relation to the late notice of this and what it relates to. So while I appreciate and thank the directors and the administration to get this to us in such a quick manner, my first thoughts is anything to do with the budget review and budget amendment regarding whether or not it affects the bottom line or the net value. I'll draw your attention to Officer's Recommendation Point 2, and it states as included in Appendix 1. So unless every councillor here can put their hand up and say that I have reviewed and gone through Appendix 1, I'd strongly recommend that you revisit how we approach this debate. So while I appreciate and while I do agree and support statements made here, we're not here to be supportive of statements. We are here to ensure that we do the due diligence that's required of our position to ensure what has been said is factual. I'm not saying that we should understand and we should know exactly what is in the heads of directors, because I'll guarantee I'll never have that availability with their knowledge base. However, I still think it's onus on us to go and ensure that anything that does come through is what it says it is, and again, and that we do our due diligence, and we show to the community right now that we are going to do our due diligence when we're talking in the dollar value of millions of dollars and where it has come from, where it's going to, and how it's affected that. So regardless of the bottom line, I think it's important and onus on us to understand where the money comes from, where it's gone to, and how it's going to be spent in the future. And this is just as important when we start looking at how we do adjust our budget and how often we do adjust our budgets. So I'd like to think that we can take potentially a bit more time to go through this and understand it and grow together, and then bring it back to another meeting and go from there. And hopefully it's not time onerous. So that's the only thing I'll say. I'm interested to see if it is by that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. Is anyone else for? Anyone else against? Yes.
Yes, thank you through the chair. It did concern me that the half-yearly budget report, which was due in December, didn't land in our lap until almost 6 months later, and this was a really big concern for some of the councillors around the table as well. So if we're not getting things on time, then it's going over time, then there obviously needs to be a better way. So hopefully there will be a better procedure moving forward, but just to adopt the budget review as is at the moment with this in mind, it's just concerning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gillingham. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? Councillor Urquhart.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I echo the concerns of Councillor Gillingham and Councillor Christensen. Receiving this like at the meeting tonight does not give us a lot of time to imminently digest. I respect that, Steve, you've done an awful great job since you arrived in going back through the figures, etc., and making more sense of it for us. I would respectfully request that we do have more time. So tonight I won't be voting for this particular recommendation, given that we have had absolutely no time, regardless of the fact that there is zero net difference to the 23-24 budget as approved.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Urquhart. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? Councillor Coles.
Yep, as mentioned by previous councillors, as I mentioned at the start that I only late received this, I haven't had a chance to digest it. Bearing note that on the 23rd of the 8th, 23, we had our briefing, and this was landed in on our computers on the 28th of August, and I have not had time to digest it nor understand everything in Appendix 1. and the words typo and mismatched. Although Steve has done an amazing job at everything with finance, and I've really appreciated him coming on board. I just want a bit more time, please, to review this and make sure that I'm doing my due diligence as an elected member of the town of Port Hedland.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Coles. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? Councillor Turner, you want to sum up?
Through the chair, thank you for the comments from the opposing councillors. I certainly acknowledge that and respect their position. And so rather than sum up and argue a point, I'm just going to put it to the vote, and councillors can vote as they choose, without me trying to twist their arm too much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Turner. Okay, all those in favour? Against? One. Try.
We can now go to the foreshadow motion.
Yep.
So, you want to just clarify the motion, Councillor?
Yeah, so it's pretty much to defer this item. How specific do you want us to be? Like, at the end of the day, I'd prefer just to go administration to create a time for the councillors to talk about this matter, and therefore we can go from there.
As a briefing?
Oh, I guess it would.
As per what's foreshadowed, defer, yeah.
Yep.
Pending a briefing and report back to council.
I just wanted to clarify as well and ensure that it's not time pertinent, that's all.
No, I think in terms of time constraint, no, we can bring it back to the next council meeting.
Evening, Councillor Jacomo, okay.
Cool. Yeah, happy with that then, thanks.
Yep. Okay.
Seconded for that motion.
Yep. Okay, quick, a second for that motion to go. Thank you, Councillor Turner, thank you. Okay. Anyone against? Oh. Okay. Motion deferred, carried. Yep, thank you. Thank you, councillors. Okay, 12.2 Corporate Services, 12.2.1 Roadways Council. We have also a recommendation before us that Council 1 accept the approved invitation for the local government, WA Local Government Association, Walga, to register as a Wise Road Council, and 2 appoints Councillor Christensen as a representative to the Walga Road Wise Registered Advisory Committee, and 3 appoint councillor as a proxy to the member of the Roadwise Recognition Committee. So do you have a councillor who would like to nominate as a proxy for the Roadwise?
Yes.
Councillor Turner. Okay. Can I get mover for that motion, please? Move, Councillor Zilke. Seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Is anyone against the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, 12.2.2. We have office recommendation before us that council receive the quarterly report for Junction Co for the management of the Courthouse Gallery activation in South Hedland for the first quarter, April-June 2023. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Gillingham. We have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Is anyone against the motion? Motion is carried, absolute majority. Thank you, councillors. 12.2.3 Culture and Arts Plan 2023-2027. We have office recommendation before us that council 1 notes the achievement completed of relation to the Culture, Arts and Cultural Plan 2019-2022, and 2 adopt the Town of Port Hedland's Art Cultural Plan 2023-2027, and 3 note the Town of Port Hedland's Art and Culture Plan 2023-2027 supersedes the Town of Port Hedland Art and Culture Strategy 2019 to 2022. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Coles. A seconder, please. Councillor Zilke, thank you. Is anyone against the motion? Councillor Urquhart. Okay, Councillor Coles.
I think it's a very well put together community plan. For what I have read and what my views, if I've looked at it and I've taken on board, there's a lot of work that's been put into this, and yeah, look forward to seeing this fruition.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Coles. Councillor Zuki.
I just actually enjoyed reading this because it's so good to see that we're not just focused on mining all the time, that there are other aspects to our town, with Councillor Gillingham's Music Festival being one of them. This doesn't necessarily speak to that, but I guess it's quite important that we maintain this, and there's been lots of moves towards it. So, yeah, I support it. Look forward to hearing Councillor Eckhart.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Zuki. Okay, those against? Yep, Councillor Zuki. Okay. Yes, Councillor Eckhart.
I only against this in one regard, and it's no slight on the documentation. It's well put together. It's had a few amendments, and it's come up and it looks very good. My one concern is the lack of review. Page 22 mentions that we're not going to do a review, comprehensive as it is, until year 4 of a 5-year plan. So I would like, if possible, to have something noted in there that we do an annual review of this rather than wait until 80% of the plan has been covered.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eckhart. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? Councillor Coles, someone, sorry.
I just pointed what I threw that what Councillor Eckhart has said as per my question to the administration prior to that. Are we able to insert an amendment to number 4, and that will be to the words of approves the CEO to make adjustments to this plan to incorporate a agreed yearly review? Is that satisfactory to yourself, Councillor Eckhart?
It's been typed in. Oh, one motion at a time.
We have a motion. I think it's an amendment.
It's an amendment.
From
Yep. Do the second for that as well.
seconded
Yeah.
the amendment.
Yeah. Good. A second to Councillor Christian's amendment. Councillor Urquhart, thank you. Anyone against? No, okay. Good, carried.
That's just the amendment.
Yep. Then we go back to the original thing. Yep. Okay, so offers were noted before us that council. Yep, yeah, those 4. Yep. I'll just do number 4. It's the final one. Let's read number 4 out. Yep. It's on the screen. Yep. So, sorry. Number 4, just to be approve the CEO to make the adjustment to plan, include the annual review. To be amended. Amended? Yeah. Can we vote? Is anyone against that motion? The amendment? No? Okay. For the vote, all those in favour? Secure. Sorry? Sorry? 12.2.4, the Town of Heathland Grants Policy.
Through the Chair, I'd like to declare an impartiality.
Oh, yes, certainly, Councillor Gillingham.
Yes, thank you. Yes, with regard to agenda item 12.2.4, I disclose that I have an impartiality interest because I am associated with the Pilbara Music Festival, and we presently have an application for a grant for our community not-for-profit organisation. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gillingham. That's for item number 12.4, 2.4, correct? Okay. Okay, so we have office recognised before us that Council adopts the revised policy 6.003 Town of Heathland Grants Program. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Zilke. Have a seconder, please. Councillor Bennett. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Is anyone against the motion? Motion's carried. Majority. Thank you, councillors. Okay, 12.3 regulated services. 12.3.1 application for development approval. Digital Eagle House business massage service on lot 3094, number 5 Gibson Close, South Headland. We have an office recommendation before us that council pursuant to section clause 7.4 of the schedule 2 of the doing provision of the Planning Development Regulations 2015 provides a development application for a home business massage service additional to a single house lot 3094 number 5 Gibson Close, South Headland, subject to the conditions and advance notice displayed on the screen. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Zilke. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Coles. Is anyone against the motion? No, motion's carried, absolute majority. Thank you, councillors. Okay, 12.3.2. Initiation of amendment number 4 to the town planning scheme, local planning scheme number 7, lot 5718, number 18, Shillerman Street, Wedgefield, Ilya. We have office recommendation before us that 1 adopts amendment number 4, proposed change of local planning scheme number 7 for the proposal of advertising, and 2, determine the amendment number 4 as a standard amendment pursuant to regulation 35 number 2 of the regulation of the following reasons. A, amend number 4 to consist with the objective of the town's of Port Hedland planning strategy, and B, amendment number 4 that will minimally impact the land in the scheme area that will not result in any significant environmental, social, economic or government impacts on the land in the scheme area. And 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to arrange for amendment to number 4 to refer to the Environmental Protection Authority, EPA, and 4, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to arrange amendment number 4 to advertise for public inspection. Cover mover, please. Thank you, Councillor Zilke.
Just a point of clarification. I just
Yes.
wanted to ask through the chair. I have asked this before in a briefing regarding the flood zone areas and any surveys in the flood zone areas. And I know one of our directors did say that there were present flood zone surveys taking place. I just want to know if there's any more clarification on that, especially for this area here, because it does get this particular area does get flooded a lot when we have the high tides and cyclones, etc.
Director.
Through the chair, we do have comprehensive flood zone documentation, and it is available on our website.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can I get a seconder, please, on that motion? Thank you, Councillor Christensen.
Just a clarification from the briefing that we had a week ago till tonight. Can we get the minute taker to just amend in the shaded area after Wedgefield to actually put LIA, please?
Oh, certainly. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I'm going to move it a second. Is anyone against the motion? No, motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. On to number 12.3.3. Initiative of the Amendment Local Planning Scheme Policy 8, Town of Port Hedland International Airport, resulting in Local Planning Policy 10, Highway Precinct Design Guidelines. We've offered recommendation that Council 1 initiate amendments to the Local Planning Policy number 8, Town of Port Hedland International Airport, and 2, rescind the Local Planning Policy 10, Highway Precinct Design Guidelines, and 3, advise amendments to the Local Planning Policy number 8, Town of Port Hedland International Airport, rescind the Local Planning Policy 10, Highway Precinct Guidelines. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Zilke. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Turner. Is anyone against the motion? Motion is carried. Absolute majority. Thank you, councillors. On to number 12.3.4. Service worker amend analysis, social economics impact assessment. We have an office recommendation before us that council endorse the service worker demand analyst for the scenario economic impact assessment. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Zilke. Have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Is there anyone against the motion? Councillor Christensen. Okay, Councillor Zilke.
Thank you. The idea is that we put this idea out to our community to get some feedback for people to come and give us their views on what it is that we're looking to do. So as such, I don't have a drama putting this up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zilke. Councillor Bennett.
I've got nothing to add.
Nothing to add? Okay, thank you. Those against, Councillor Christensen.
Thank you. While I appreciate and encourage that this document is well written, as per a lot of our documents we get through our third party, I still believe that this actually presents a story in which that a lot of our councillors have openly stated that they're not supportive of a specific function to this, and when it comes to the funding streams and how that will go about. While I appreciate and encourage that, yes, this is going to be, I guess, status quo for this town moving forward into the future with the socio-economic climate coming through, with the amount of work happening. I just can't, in my right mind, fully support this to be endorsed, as I don't agree that it fully represents the 100% of the actual intention from us when we do go to parties, which this will become a document to go to existing and external parties, as we've discussed as per our previous meeting. So nothing more than that. Other than that, happy to support the intent and the I guess the theory behind what we're trying to deliver here. But again, I just think there's a fundamental flaw in that document that I just can't oversee, and therefore I just can't justify myself supporting it. So that's all mine. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? Okay, Councillor Zilke, sum up, please.
Thank you. This is an analysis, so we haven't yet specifically gone and done any planning or any full-term planning. We're just trying to see what the needs are out there for our town. It's pretty obvious that we need more housing. I think that all of us have known that since we've been on council. So we're not making any commitments to any bills or any funding at this stage. We're just trying to find out what it is that our town actually needs. At this stage, yeah, there's no money attached to it except for the actual analysis.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zilke. Okay, now put it to the vote. All those in favour? 5. All those against? 4. Motion's carried. Okay, 12.3.5, Kingford Smith Business Park Business Plan Major Land Transaction. We have office recommendation before us that Council 1 note the business park for the major land transaction Kingford Smith Business Plan Stage 2, and 2 endorse the public advertising for the business park for the major land transaction Kingford Smith Business Plan Stage number 2. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Zilke. Have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Is anyone against the motion? The motion is carried, absolute majority. Thank you, councillors. Item number 12.3.6, lot 55, 56 and 57, number 10 Mackay Street, Port Hedland. Change the town's local heritage survey response to WAPC on the development application. We have offered recommendation that Council 1 advertise the Port Hedland Voluntary Marine Rescue. A, the proposed to the modified place number 13 located on lots 55 and 56 and 57, number 10 Mackay Street, Port Hedland, from grade B to grade C within the Town of Port Hedland Heritage Inventory 2017 will be advertised for public comment for the period for 30 days before the decision has been made. B, the public comment period note in 1A above will refer to until the council's elections of October 2023 in accordance with the town's policy 4-006 election caretaker period. And C, proposed heritage reclarification will be presented to the council for decision by the following public comment. And 2, advise the Department of Planning and Heritage to A, advise development application DA 804-15-1 for public comment for surround landowners and broader Port Hedland community, and B, defer the termination of the development application DA 804-15-1 until a decision has been made by the Town of Port Hedland Council regarding heritage classification of the building following public comment.
Mr. Mayor, just for the record-keeping purposes, I have a declaration of interest of impartiality from the Director of Infrastructure. She's a member of the Volunteer Rescue Service.
Okay, thank you, CEO. Okay, can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Urquhart. Have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Is anyone against the motion? Thank you, Councillor Gillingham.
Before we go through to debate through the chair, Mr. Mayor, can I
Yes.
ask for a quick clarification or something? When it talks through the section 1B where we talk about we will be deferring the advertising, and that's I'm assuming because of the caretaker period.
Yes.
Quick question: is there anything we can do outside of our realms, or is it a hard no, or is it something that we just more work that we don't want to be doing? Is there any way we can get around it? I know, I'm sorry, it's on your spot. I just thought about it now. Sorry.
It is in the policy, Councillor, so it is a policy of council. I guess if you wish to direct me to advertise it and go against policy, you can by resolution.
Okay. Okay. Good, Councillor Urquhart.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, this is not before Council tonight to debate whether we are going to downgrade or upgrade or change any heritage listing. At this stage, this motion is, or the recommendation is just to put it out to public comment and the public comment period to begin after the caretaker period is over, after the October elections, and then to come back to council with the public comment period for us then to debate whether the heritage listing needs to be changed or should be changed or should be left alone. So at this stage, it is just to put it out for public comment and to advise DPLH that we are doing this, and there's a possibility that council may make a decision down the track, but at this stage it is just to put it out to public comment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Urquhart. Councillor Christensen.
Yep. Shadow and second, Councillor Eckhart, on what he's just said. Definitely want to make sure that we talk only about the proposed advertising of this, not the ramifications that come out of making a decision. I will say that I'm a little bit disappointed that, again, through red tape, and I guess you can hear just recently, we can't really do much about it, but yet again, I can just see that we're putting up red tape again and deferring and taking longer than we should. So hopefully we can get some resolution so we can get this passed and get some moving, because again, unfortunately, even after this resolution is passed and we get people to advertise back to us what they feel, it's going to take some more time. So just mindful of that, and really wish that we can try and get this through as quickly as we can, with the right processes followed correct, obviously, and get the right resolution for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Against Councillor Gillingham.
Yes, thank you. It's not that I, through the chair, I'm not against this item, because I know it's important that it does go to public consultation. What I'd like to know about the public consultation is that if it's going to be advertised clearly in the paper, some of our advertising of recently in the newspaper in the last couple of months has been so small, I don't think even our younger people can even read it. So it really needs to be advertised in a way where the public people can comment and goes out to all residents and ratepayers. So it's just important that I've seen our St Matthew's Church deteriorate after I first arrived in Port Hedland back in the late 80s, Unfortunately, it was white ants. It was those massive big white ants that do persist down in the old town part of Port Hedland, and unfortunately, it couldn't be saved. So, and it was just an amazing building. But we do have, you know, well, one of the oldest towns along the coast here, Port Hedland. You know, 1896 that you know, Port Hedland became a town site. When it was moved from the Condon Creek area north of us up past the De Grey River. So there's a lot of history here, a lot of history, and so it would really be good to get that public consultation. So as I said, I'm not that I'm against this item. It's good that it's going to go out to public consultation, but I do hope it gets advertised correctly, and we do get to hear what the comeback is of those public consultations. So I just want that to be noted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Anyone else for? Yes, Councillor Coles.
I'm for this motion tonight, not because of like knowing that's going out for consultation, which I think is great. Also too, it highlights also too our heritage within the area. But I know that the Marine Rescue do an extremely well job within this town, and as the waterways and everything increases, any support, and I know it's with heavy heart that's even got to this stage for the building, and I know for a fact that they've fought strongly for this building, and with consultations everywhere to try and make sure never even got to this stage. And I thank you guys so much for everything that you do, but I can't wait for this to go out to consultation to the public. We know that it is heritage. We know heritage is strongly recommended that we try and keep heritage as much as possible in every single community, because once it's gone, it's gone. But I know, put my hand on my heart to say that I know the Marine Rescue have done the best that they could for that building at the time, but I look forward to reading and seeing what comes back from the public consultation as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Coles. Anyone else against? Anyone else for?
Yeah, I think it's good that it's going out for public comment. This is definitely a hot potato. It's not often that we get to choose between protecting our history or trying to support a life-saving service group. I guess once it goes out, or now that it is on the cards, people need to come up with ideas on how we can do potentially both save the building as well as support the Marine Rescue. Come up with actual plans and ideas, not just say, hey, you can't devalue it and the historical ratings. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Silky. Anyone else against? Anyone else for? Councillor Clayton, sum up, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for your contribution to the debate. And I acknowledge that Commander Slaughter is in the gallery today with Mr Trowbridge as well, as members of the Marine Rescue, and acknowledge Lee as a member as well. And I do acknowledge the letter from former Councillor Arif as well with her concerns. Now, I would commend the administration that letter and her concerns go forward as part of the public comment period when it does open up. I'm going to assume that Mrs Arif will be back from holidays by then, and she can have further additions to her comments. I once again just thank all for the contribution to the debate, and let's put it out there and get the public comments system or the process going, please.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, all those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. Okay, 12.4 infrastructure services. 12.4.1 proposed directional signage for the Sportbank Marina. We have office recommendation before us that council endorse directional signage plan for the Sportbank Marina as per option 2, number 2 of the officer's report. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Who a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Is anyone against the motion? Thank you, Councillor Silky. Good. Councillor Bennett.
Look, I think the town's gone through this very carefully and have evaluated the options and the routes that they've actually provided between the two options. I agree with, and I think they've done the extensive work. So that's all I've got to say.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Christensen.
As we all see on the officer's report, it's of low, I guess, risk to our town. I think the town has done a fairly extensive job, I guess, for lack of a better word. I'm not very good with words, but done a very good job because they usually do partner with our partners in the Main Roads Department. And again, if anyone else from Main Roads tell me this is what is the best suggestion for roads and road-based signage, I'm going to take the advice of their expertise when I can get it. I know opposite to my usual thoughts when people listen to me, but I do believe that this is again, it's been well spoken through. We had a good chat about it, but again, on the same note, I'm very interested to see anyone who potentially could change my mind and look forward to the debate that goes ahead. So thanks very much.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Those against, Councillor Zulke.
All right. This particular item has been bouncing around my head. I have spoken to Lee just to get some further information. So the things that really bother me about this is I come to Port Hedland driving a truck which is roughly the same dimensions as a car with a boat or car and a caravan. And my points are that when we come into Port Hedland and we turn right onto McGregor Street, we're crossing two lanes. Usually vehicles speed up in the two lanes because they want to get past the slow coach trucks or get past the idiots that pull out, the drivers that pull out in front of them. So crossing that dual lane can be quite precarious. We know that generally, and this is a generalisation, people that tow caravans are not the youngest generation on this planet. Their reaction time will be slower. What then is worse is that you have about 20 metres before another driver decides to turn into the boulevard, which then kind of keeps you exposed to that dual carriageway. We then move forward and we turn left onto Anderson Street and we rattle past everybody's houses. I'll put that on for a dramatic effect so that, you know, until we get there. So to my line of thinking, if we were to continue on Wilson Street, you have less people crossing over and being T-boned. There's less dramas with dealing with turning into the boulevard twice, because once you're on Anderson Street, you're faced with that option again. The short street has had some upgrades, which basically makes it easier for towing vehicles and larger vehicles to actually pull off the main main road into Port Hedland, turn into a very short street, aptly named. And then when you look at the unnamed road that goes up to the actual marina, it's actually designed for you to turn left as a gradual sort of system. So the other thing, me thinking financial here, is that Anderson Street and McGregor Street are maintained by the town of Port Hedland. Sorry, I don't mean to take your information against you, Lee. Whereas Wilson Street is maintained by Main Roads. So my point of view is that safety-wise, I would prefer option one. But that's just from my personal experience, my personal opinion, going down there at least 2 or 3 times a week. That's what I've come across when I come in early in the morning, mid-mornings, afternoons, sort of thing. Yeah, I spend a lot of time with lots of people on the road, great people.
Thank you, Councillor Zulke. Is there anyone else for? Anyone else against? Would you like to sum up? Councillor Bennett? Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand. Sorry, Councillor. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I take your points, Councillor Zulke, but the short turn between Wilson Street and Anderson Street past the turn into Woolies is just as short as Short Street to turn, and then you've got to come back against flow to on Anderson Street to come back to the unnamed road. With the slip road turning into McGregor Street would make life easier, and then it's up to the decision making of the driver of the vehicle with caravan or boat to get across, and if they can't make that decision, then perhaps they need to reset their licence.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Urquhart. Oh dear. Okay, anyone else against? Anyone else for?
I just wanted to make a comment. I'm for this to happen. Go ahead. I mean, gosh, we're having these wonderful new signs, and we still don't have all the signs we've been asking for the last few years. So I hope this will spring off, that we will get more signs in the near future. Hint, hint. But I have noticed recently that driving along Wilson Street from the port area and coming where it actually goes 70 k's an hour, and then you have an 80 k/h sign just before you get to the fire station and the Woolworths on the left-hand side, that my automatic in the car of for the speedo is flashing when I've gone to 80, saying I've gone too fast. Now, is this an indication that it should still be 70? Has it been programmed as 70 through the main roads, and we don't know about it yet? Because if this is something of a slowing down, I would say I'm all for it. Because the amount of times that I've sat in my car at Woolworths on the corner there and seen somebody drive out in front of a truck, and those trucks, and I have a truck driving license, have to put all their brakes and power into stopping that vehicle, and there is going to be a major, major accident there one day, if there has been one accident. But has this been put into place? Can we please find this out? Because that is something which I'd like to know. Is it supposed to be still 70 all the way up to Woolworths and then go to 80 when you go past Woolworths, going further on down Wilson Street? So that's just my point of clarification. We may not have the answer tonight, Mayor Carter, but yes, please, I would like us to find that out. Thank you.
That's great. Yep. Thank you, Councillor Gillingham. Anyone else against? Anyone else for? Councillor Bennett, let us sum up.
Councillor Zielke, thank you so much for your explanation and taking me on that journey. I actually followed every road that you were talking about. However, as per Main Roads and the town's recommendation, I think they've done their due diligence and they've considered the safety and suitable intersections and the efficiency of the roads. And your option one, where they've actually stated that there's more vehicles having more exposure to road trains, based on their studies, not mine. Yeah. So just based on that, I'll support it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Can we now put it to the vote? All those in favour? All those against? Okay. Motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. Okay, 12.4.2, extended trading hours and removal of after-hours skip bins in South Headland landfill. We have office recommendation before us that one, endorse the removal of the landfill after-hours skip bins and relocate the transfer station within the boundary of the South Headland landfill. And two, extend the South Headland landfill daily operations from Monday, the 2nd of October 2023 to the following: Monday to Friday from 7 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday, including public holidays, from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Public holiday closure, Christmas Day, Good Friday and New Year's Day. Can I have a mover, please?
Sorry, I've just got to declare an impartiality.
Sorry.
On this particular item, I've got family members working there.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Okay.
Through the chair. Just
yes.
Want to read it out?
Yes, we'll read it. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. With regards to agenda item
12.4.2. 4.3.
Sorry, I've got it here. 12.4.2, trading hours. I disclose that I have an impartiality interest because I have family members working there. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on that matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Okay, wait. Oh yeah, move to seconder. Councillor Coles. Seconder. Councillor Zuki. Okay, thank you. Anyone against it? Motion's carried. Thank you. Okay, 12.5, the executive services, there is nil. Item number 13, motions of a previous notice have been given. There are no motions of the previous notice that have been given. Item number 14, new business of urgent nature, late items. In accordance with Standing Orders 5.5, I move that the Council consider the confidential report of the CEO Performance Review as a late item of urgent business, and the matter be considered under item number 15 of matters which the meeting will be closed as confidential matters. Can I get a seconder, please? Confidential, this is actually to put the report, CEO's report on the agenda. Yeah. I got a mover from myself as a second. Councillor Turner, Zuka, Suki seconded. Okay. Okay. Is anyone against the motion? Motion is carried. Okay. Item number 15.
Sorry, through Chair, just for clarification.
Yep.
Do I need to suggest my amendments now, or are you happy for me to wait till?
Wait till you get to the items.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Okay. So item number 15, matters which a meeting may be closed, confidential matters. We confirm that confidential matters considered tonight's council meeting, that we have we have a recommendation that council close the meeting to the members of the public as prescribed under the section number 5.23, number 2 of the Local Government Act 1995 to consider items 15.1, 15.2, 15.3 and 15.4. Can I have a mover, please, to go into confidentiality?
Just for clarification, it's not actually a recommendation, it's a procedural motion, but yes.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, is that mover? Councillor Turner. Councillor Coles, second. Okay, is anyone against the motion? No, the motion's passed. Okay.
Through the chair, can I suggest that we have a comfort break? Is that possible?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay, we'll have a comfort break. We'll come back at the time now is 7. We'll come back at 8:15.
I'm sure it is, mate.
7. Yep. 8:15. Yep. Okay, we'll come back at 8:15, guys. Okay, welcome back. For the confidential briefings that are done tonight, item number 15.1, the Flight Incentive Partnership with the Port Hedland International Airport. The Council, one, notes the town is expecting to receive a financial benefit from the upsiding deed of the Port Hedland International Airport over the next 6 financial years. And two, authorises the CEO to enter into a partnership with the Port Hedland International Airport to incentivise the facilitate Brisbane and Bali flights based on provision of the services payment schedule listed in the report. And three, adopt the following amendments to the Town of Port Hedland Annual Budget 2023-24. Income generated, upside sharing deed 66,000, transfer to Airport Reserve 66,000. 4. Notes that payments only made upon commitments of flights and continuing of flights acceptable destination payments are not to be made until such time income from the upside deed is received. The motion was carried 5-3. Item number 15.2, market-led accommodation. The Council, one, notes the concept plan developed by Pacific Partnership Proprietary Limited for the land parcel identified. 2, authorise the CEO and his delegate to acquire a freehold or leasehold tenure over parcel of land indicated. 3, authorise the CEO or his delegate to enter into exclusive negotiations with Pacific Partnership Proprietary Limited for the arrangement and the lease or sublease of a land parcel subject to state approval. And 4, notes that any agreement will need to be brought back to Council as a major land transaction business plan for endorsement. And 5, agrees the progress land use planning for the area around the land parcel along with the concept plans presented. The motion was carried 5-4. Sorry. 9-0. Sorry. Item number 15.3. Community contribution deed De Grey Mining. 1, that Council 1, endorses the community contribution deed. 2, authorise the CEO or his delegate to sign and execute the community contribution deed. And 3, authorises De Grey Mining advises that De Grey Mining will now cease all current action in relation to the mining tenements associated with the Hemi Hamlin Gold Project. Motion was carried 7-0. Item number 15.4, CEO Performance Review. The Council pursuant to section 5.38 and 5.39 of the Local Government Act 1995. 1, note the appraisal of Mr. Carl Askew, Chief Executive Officer, has been completed for the period of December 22 to June 23. 2, endorses the finding of the summary report as presented by Price Colts Consulting Group, attachment 1, and thanks Mr. Askew for his efforts. 3, note that the next review period will be 1st of July 2023 to June 30, 2024, allowing for review to be undertaken in July 23 and submitted to Council meeting on August 2023. It should be 2024. It should be 2024. Yeah, thank you. Approves the increase of 3% to the salary cash component to Mr. Askew total remuneration package effective from the 1st of July 2023 in line with the recommendations of the Salary Allowance Tribunal determination April 2023. 5, retain the regional isolation allowance at the current level of $60,000. 6, note that the committee and the CEO will meet for informal check-in with the panel in November and December 2023 in accordance with the CEO Performance Review Committee terms of reference. 7, approve the CEO performance criteria for the 2023-24 period as per attachment. 8, undertake the review of the CEO Performance Review Working Group terms of reference and report back to Council in September 2023 Ordinary Council meeting. Motion was carried 5-4. Okay. Thanks, Tom. 16.1, the date of the next meeting. The next Ordinary Council meeting will be held on Wednesday, the 27th of September 2023, commencing at 5:30 p.m. 16.2, closure. Being there no further business, I declare the meeting closed at 10 p.m. I'd like to thank councillors, members of the public, CEO and his staff for their attendance. Thank you.